Is it working? It seems like it's working. Cool. Gambling. Hmm. Yes. Ooh, the rub. Whoa. It's so breezy outside and I love it. Yes, blow in the cool evening air. Bum, bum. How I'm doing is, I'm sure that's not what Gazelle looks like. You can mark yourself as open to collabing. Interesting. I want to sign up for random trials. Here we go. Let's see. Yeah. Well, you go. Action. One day these things are gonna sell. Every once in a while the breeze comes through and it's so good. Very close. Something right too. Invasive testing. Get it. This man is so blue. Guess I'll just go back to Organic. Oh, I forgot. Hello, Fluffy? Is that you? Oh, right now. Very well, if you insist. Assuming I told her to come down to the temple. What wondrous things, these link pearls. Now then, let us wait until your friend arrives. Fluffy, Genbu. Ah, good of you to join us, little urchin girl. Ha, ha, ha. No, there is such a thing as running a joke into the ground. Pleases me to inform you that thanks to your assistance with his training, Soroban's strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Ere long, we may count him among our most formidable warriors. Out of curiosity, where is Soroban today? Anyway, engrossed in a very special exercise, I'm afraid. Trust me when I say he would not want you to see him in his current state. Working up a sweat, no doubt. Glad to hear it. But I called you here not to discuss our Kojin friend. The wards have grown weaker, presaging Koryu's inevitable escape. Before he breaks free, the four lords must marshal their strength. And so, Fluffy, I must entreat you to quell the raging Aramitama of a dear comrade once more. Fight, is it? That's where our warrior of light shines. Who's his opponent this time? See for yourself. She should be joining us shortly. Phoenix. It has been too long, elder brother. I'm gonna turn on my ping pong game. Several hundred years by my reckoning. Am I to assume you have kept your silent vigil all this time, Suzaku? Ping pong. Let us not speak of such things. You bade me come hither for another purpose. That I did. Koryu's wards grow weaker by the day. The calamity he would visit upon us draws nigh. The four lords must join their strength together once more. And to that end, this warrior would unburden my tortured soul. Just so, his is a power far surpassing that of mortal men. He is heir to the legacy of Tenzen. Brother, how dare you compare this creature to that shining paragon of virtue, of kindness? You sully his memory. And you dare think yourself his equal, his better? Then I will put you to the proof, and when you fall, it will be a fate most deserved. Turn back if you would not have it be so, or join me in misery. Bit of a temper on that one. Red to Byakko, she seems much more angry. The Aramitama feeds upon her grief and fuels her rage. She yet mourns a lost love, but it is not my place to speak. Go to her, brave warrior, and learn the truth of her heart. You crave battle, then, even if it brings you your death. Out of duty, you pit yourself against enemies ever stronger. Without hesitation, without fear, you muster your courage and... No, you are not even a pale shadow of his glory. There was but one man fit to wear the mantle of hero, and he has long since passed from this world. If so, then the Ruby Sea will be consumed by Koryu's fiery judgment, and we, her sworn protectors, will have failed in our duty. Is Tenzin's memory so sacred that you would doom this land out of spite? Oh, Byakko, do you not see? Before I called you brother, I was but a bird who loved a man. Perhaps that was all I was ever meant to be. For I can brook no replacement at my side, or in my heart, not so easily as you. Have you forgotten his final moments? How he fought and died to defeat Koryu? How he sacrificed himself before our very eyes? How dare you ask me that? Every detail is forever seared in my mind's eye, blackened scar upon my soul. How could I possibly forget? Nor should you, nor will I forget every day we spent together on the road. But to exalt the past over the present, to live life in mourning and never move on, is to dishonor his memory. How dare you speak to me of dishonor? You, who have opened our home to this pretender. I see him plainly, how he has wormed his way into your hearts, mimicking Tenzin's manner, cloaking himself in his scent, seeking to supplant Tenzin in our minds. Listen to yourself, my sister. The Aramitama has driven you to see Oni in shadows. Let it be quelled before your soul is forever lost. Only to Tenzin will I entrust my soul. Only his love will I accept. Let me help you. He said, oh Tenzin, very well, but I will brook no delay. Yeah. My heel's bleeding. I will await you in the depths, in my place of mourning. When it is ended, I shall mourn you too. Nice. Forgive her, Fluffy. She is yet consumed by her failure to save Tenzin all those years ago. Her regret is as a festering wound. The love she bore him gave her strength once. Alas, through it the Aramitama has found purchase in her soul. Feeds on her grief and despair. It is plain that your presence troubles her as well. She senses your blessing, and it reminds her of him. There were moments when she looked on you with a fire in her eyes. When she gives herself to the Aramitama, she may surrender to her delusions. Really bad. Surrender to her delusions as well. If so, do not be alarmed by what she says. Stand fast and free her from her torment. Be warned, she commands many powers, including the ability to manipulate geomantic currents, only by remaining observant. And I was really hoping that I would be able to do this now, but my audio card did not magically fix itself. I'm gonna go wash the blood off. Oita. Lopsided. Camera looks lopsided. Camera's so hot. Jeez, I didn't know that camera got so hot. Seems bad. Distracted. I have to go talk to her. Place of mourning. Learn how a bird fell in love with a guy. How's cute? This is the thing. Didn't have to come in here. It's fine. Really? Fascinating. Let's see how this goes. Research apparently. And stop. That's progress, but percent buff. Winter. Everybody's alive. Final phase is started. Just dodge the bombs. Oh, I don't know how I didn't notice that last time. Oh. Let's get 5% better. is not going. It's not watching. What? Here. The Rock versus the Rockman. So laugh. Going alright. Just losing at this thing. You know. Our healers don't do a lot. It's okay. Eventually we'll be 300% a normal person. Done. You get the tether and just run off the ledge. Be funny. Uh-oh. Yeah. Phew. I already have this horse. Titan displayed a most satisfying degree of destructive power. The intensifying effects of the ritual foci are undeniable. Powerful though this incarnation was, the Primal's eventual defeat was not unexpected. The burgeoning strength shown by the Bringer of Light, however, has grown beyond reckoning. Such a demonstration of force serves us still. It invites even greater retaliation. Yes, as the light burns brighter, so too are the shadows steeped deeper in darkness. Darkness. So what's going on with you, Life? Yeah. You drop the horse that I already have. He is assembled then. Aye, ready for what lies ahead, I trust. Lest there be any confusion, though, the tower across the water is to be the scene of an exchange. That and whatever else Asahi has planned. But regardless of the ambassador's intentions, we will bring our people home. Yugiri, you are to evacuate the conscripts at the first sign of trouble. Yes, my lord. We, meanwhile, shall cover their escape, and lend what support we can. Your ship awaits you at the Castrum's loading docks. She will see you safely home. And I'll stand ready to play their part. Come, let us be about it.
At last, the hour has come. The conclusion to these negotiations will mark a new beginning for Dorma and the Empire. A first step on the road to peaceful coexistence.
Indeed. We are ready to proceed with the exchange when you are. Forgive my curiosity, Ambassador, but is there a purpose to these containers you bring with you?
Oh, the supply crates. They are filled with materials we hoped might be of use in Dorma's restoration. I meant to gift them to you at our last meeting, but we had so much else to discuss.
How very generous. I confess I had not expected such compassion, welcome though it is. But then I was also surprised by the news that one of our captives had delivered herself into your custody ahead of time. A minor discrepancy I shall overlook in the spirit of the occasion.
Are you perhaps referring to me, Lord Hien?
Yotsuyu.
Orphan of the Nairi, widow of Sashihai, and acting Viceroy of Dorma. You and your people are mine to govern, mine to punish!
Well, well. It would seem your shattered mind is mended. As per our agreement with the Ambassador, you are free to return with him to the Empire. Your authority as acting Viceroy, however, is no longer recognized here.
My position is not for you to decide, little lordling. All who resist the rule of the Empire must be purged. Such was the order given to me by Lord Zenos himself. I will reign here in this putrid, pestilent swamp until the last of you has been broken. This land shall know no dawn. I will spew forth darkness and drown all in eternal night. And high above you I shall shine, uncaring, cold and distant as the moon!
That sounds fun. Summoning a prime.
has she done?
Oh gods, this is a summoning.
I got so big.
A Dorman citizen has called forth an icon in direct violation of our primary agreement. The negotiations have failed. Abandon the captives and make preparations to withdraw.
But Ambassador!
Disobey me, Pilus, and you disobey the Emperor. Make preparations to withdraw! Now!
As you command.
What even is the point of this whole thing? Literally nothing has happened yet.
My lord, you must fall back!
You ask me to run?
Leave this to me.
Ah, against such a foe, I would be more hindrance than help. The field is yours. We will withdraw, but not without our countrymen. I want every soul accounted for. Every soul!
My lord. I knew you would not flee. I see now the strength which flows from that baleful light of yours. But I am become Tsukuyomi, goddess of the moon and divinity of night. What power can compare to such celestial majesty? I shall plunge all I despise into darkness. And within that black abyss, even your light shall flicker and fail. Come, let us cast the stalks and look upon the fate of Dorman. I see a future in which the sun sets on this wretched land. Once and for all!
Scream. Did you mean the Phoenix or the Moon Lady?
Tenzin? Tenzin, 'tis I! Sheathe your sword, I beg of you! You gave me the strength to rise from the ashes! I could not bear to lose you again!
Playing DDR. You Phoenix lady. How long have I been blinded by this dream, this never-ending nightmare, unable to escape the memory of my beloved? Oops. Skip. For the first time in centuries, I can reflect on my time with the man I so deeply loved without being driven to tears. I was born into this world long, long ago, blessed with crimson plumage that shone like blazing fire in the sun. My form was likened to that of a firebird of legend, a being said to have the power to confer immortality upon mortal men. Thus was I pursued endlessly by those who yearned to conquer death. To them, to all mankind, I was no more than a means to an end. But Tenzin did not look upon me so. To him I was so much more, and he would become everything to me. Together we traveled, we four lords and the samurai. As comrades in arms, we journeyed the realm, feared at first by many for our nature. But Tenzin, dear Tenzin, would not close his heart to the people's plight. Not once did he hesitate to proffer a helping hand, and one by one he won over those who once cursed and condemned us. Be there Oni in the east to slay, or revenants in the west to exorcise. Without hesitation would he bid us rise to the challenge, and leave grateful men and women to spread word of our deeds, word which, one day, reached the ears of a king. 'Twas by the king's order that we battled the mad Auspice Koryu. Despite the many deeds to our credit, we four had only lived some few centuries, and were no match for our foe. Against the might of Koryu's raging Arumitama, my brothers and I were powerless, but Tenzin, brave Tenzin, would not be denied. At last he unleashed a powerful technique, knowing full well that it would leave him exposed. I watched as the light left his eyes forever. Had I been the firebird of legend, had I been possessed of the power of immortality, had I been able to rescue him from death's obsidian abyss. And then, the cruelest irony of all, centuries later, when I finally went through the change, immortality became mine to command. I can but wonder if my bottomless grief for my beloved made it so. The power for which I yearned so desperately that day is now mine. If not to save him, then perhaps to save those for whom Tenzin died. For the memory of my beloved, for his legacy, I shall fight. Let us go and tell Genbu together. And Fluffy, thank you. Oh, I see you are still in one piece. I gather all went well. Rest assured, elder brother, that I am myself once more. You certainly seem different from before, as if a great weight has been lifted from your shoulders. Your face is the very picture of serenity, I'd say. How very perceptive you are, little one. Indeed, I have at long last come to accept the passing of my beloved Tenzin. Long last indeed, but perhaps such prolonged periods of distress are unavoidable when one lives for more than 1,000 years. I myself am no stranger to melancholy. No, my brother, that you most certainly are not. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, how forgetful of me. I have yet to see how Soroban's training is coming along. Soroban? Soroban! He has become Spinny Turtle. Wait, I know this joke. Ahem. It's a firebird. No, it's an airship. Oh ho ho, no, genre-savvy urchin, for 'tis, in fact, Soroban! I mean, I expected him in some capacity, but not like this. No one told me that this training would lead to such a radical transformation. Look at me. I'm a giant tortoise. A tortoise! I was wrong. This is the very definition of running a joke into the ground. There's no need for panic, Soroban. You probably just recited the words improperly and offered your body as a vessel for a great Tertius Kami. That seems to me like a very, very good reason for panic, unless I will return to normal after a short while, like with the Tamate Bako of Geomancy. Well, I cannot say with any significant degree of certainty, but you might regain your original form by the time Fluffy quells Suru's Arimatama. Might? Might? What is this might? Might is not an acceptable answer. You must be exhausted from your battle with Suzaku, my friend. Perhaps it would be best if you returned to the land above and took a rest. He's right. I doubt we will be needed here for some time, and Soroban seems to be in no mood for company. Be sure to contact me if anything comes up. I had been meaning to return home, even if only briefly, but given my current state, that seems unlikely. If you could go in my stead and tell the Elder I am hale and healthy, I would be most grateful. Okay. Fluffy, all is well with our friends beneath Hell's Lid. What of Soroban? How goes his training? Well, turned into a mount. He failed to perform a ritual correctly and was transformed into a tortoise, you say. But you are aware that... Oh, I see. This must be some manner of Eorzean joke. How very amusing. Pity we will not see him again for the foreseeable future, but I will trust it is for the best. As before, He should take as much time as required. He is a tortoise, after all. Ha ha ha. No, it still makes no sense to me. Passing through, or here for another reason. Regardless, I have tidings from our friends beneath Hell's Lid. Another missive, delivered by one of the auspices, a raccoon dog, I believe. It was rather agitated, too. I fear matters may be coming to a head. Koryu's words are on the verge of failure. Return to Raisen Temple at once, brave warrior. Were it not for the urchin, I have sent a messenger to her as well. Straight to the point, was it? Do not let me keep you then. Good, good. Then let us proceed. You weren't exaggerating, were you? About Koryu's words? That I were. Soroban and my comrades are doing their utmost to maintain them for now. I fear Koryu will not be denied. Even now, I do not understand. I was certain we had more time to prepare. Bah, worrying over my mistake will avail us nothing. Only the strength of the four lords united will see us through this crisis. Only together can we hope to renew the wars and keep Koryu in his prison. It falls to you, Fluffy, to quell the Arimitama of our comrade Seiryu. Will you do this for us, brave warrior? I doubted not that you would agree, but am nevertheless relieved. The last of our quartet is perhaps the most formidable among us, for in battle he commands a great host of Shiki. You will see this yourself soon enough, but for now we must wait patiently. Nay, Genbu, you need wait no longer. Snack. You are come sooner than expected, comrade. I trust our messenger informed you of the dire circumstances. Then you know what must be done. This warrior, Fluffy, will face you in battle, as he did Suzaku, Byaku, and Byaku before you. Very well, but not here, for this is a temple, not a battlefield. To the east of Hingashi is an island I have claimed as my own. There we may wreak havoc to our heart's content. 'Tis far from this place, but a warrior such as you would not balk at a lengthy swim, I trust. Perhaps not, but it would needlessly tire him before the trial. I will use my command of the flowing waters to speed his way. If it means I am spared the burden of looking after him, then I am all for it. We shall gather at the Isle of Beko first, and from there begin our journey. Urchin, while I'm away, I leave you in charge. Yes, sir, Tiny Turtle, sir. I'll keep a close eye on the others while they work their magics or whatever it is they're doing. Chilling here. Coffee, was it? I see Wagenbu favors you. You are not unlike him. That much is plain. Tenzin, too, was possessed of a quiet confidence, a well-deserved one at that. When he met his foes in battle, blade in hand, he was magnificent. As well you should know, having been bested by him in single combat. It was why you chose to join us, was it not? I vowed to surpass him, and from that day forward trained tirelessly to hone my skills that I might claim victory in a rematch, only to be forever denied the chance when Koryu struck him down. By the time I had become a full-fledged auspice worthy of the Four Lords, there was no one left to fight. My vow was broken. My purpose lost. Dress up Kurenai. But the whispers within told me of another. They promised me redemption, vengeance, by destroying the fiend that robbed us of all of Tenzin long ago. Whispers? Brother, no, you mustn't. The strength to lay Koryu low can be yours if you but give voice to me. If you but let me lead the way. And so I have, brother. I have embraced the Aramitama. Folly. All know not to trust its honeyed words and false promises. And yet you would surrender to it, body and soul, perchance forevermore. Turn back, brother, I beg of you, before it is too late and you fall to the primal rage and become a broken shell, like Koryu. Think you I know not what is at stake? If I must become a demon to slay another, then I do so gladly. My vow demands it. Only by embracing the Aramitama will we ever rid ourselves of Koryu. This I know. You will not sway me from this path, warrior. Kick your ass one way or another. I see you two are committed to your course. Hardly surprising, given that you fought Byakko and Suzaku. Then we shall forego further debate and let the battle determine who is right and who is dead. Slither, slither. This is indeed a troubling development. In embracing the Aramitama, the Shiki he commands may pose a far greater threat. Nevertheless, our purpose is unchanged. We must show him the error of his ways and save him from his primal rage. Rumblings have ceased. It seems that no matter how powerful the Lord of Crags becomes, you and your companions are up to the task. Yes, you found something of interest in the navel. Is this bone? It's such a grotesque design. Honestly, I will never understand the kobold's sense of aesthetics. You say you acquired a similar object after your battle with Garuda. Then we must consider the possibility that these trinkets are responsible for the primal's appalling new strength. But I shall leave such conclusions to those more learned in the subject than I. Pray return to the Waking Sands and convey my greetings to Urianger. So, the Lord of Crags was also possessed of unprecedented vigor, and thou hast returned with yet another curiosity of bone. The kobolds are not known for fashioning objects in this manner. What is more, its construction doth bear striking similarity to that of the trophy recovered by thee from Garuda's lair. The fleshless remains of beastmen worshippers. This is the material common to both of these foreboding ritual tools. What unsavory sorcery have the paragons bequeathed to their unsuspecting pawns? There is yet another commonality to this augmentation of the primals that concerns me, and that is thee, Fluffy. For every mountain thou dost conquer, I am struck by the answering waxing in potency of the primals. The pattern is too clear to ignore. Such a cycle bodes not but ill for the realm. I must unlock the true nature of these immortal entities ere the land is once more racked with ruin. And as always, thou art my stoutest ally in the gathering of the requisite keys. Fortunate that the Lord of the Inferno hath yet to rear his horned head. I fear, however, that reports of his return will not be long in the coming. My quest for knowledge yet remains unfinished, but such a task can only properly be undertaken in a world unracked by chaos. Let us bow to inevitability and prepare ourselves for what will undoubtedly turn into another blistering trial. Pray visit High Commander Swift at the Hall of Flames in Ul'dah, and advise him that the fiery primal will likely soon be among us once more. Mayhap with a measure of foresight we can lessen the impact of Ifrit's arrival. Buffy of the Science, your timing is most fortunate. Allow me to brief you on the situation. Both the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder informed us of their recent troubles with disturbingly powerful primals, and as these incidents ever occur in threes, we immediately sought to gather intelligence on Amalja activity. We lost contact with the first reconnaissance party assigned to the task. I then deployed one of our elite units to learn the fate of the missing scouts, but they also have failed to report back. In their most recent missive, my elite troops declared their intention to investigate the Bowl of Embers. Though they may have been overwhelmed by the Lizardmen, we must consider the possibility that the Lord of the Inferno has reclaimed his domain. 'Tis with some measure of wounded pride, then, that I must request your aid. Assemble a group of your companions and strike into the heart of Amalja territory in southern Thanalan. If Ifrit has indeed returned, you are to banish him back to the Ether by whatever means is necessary. You will likely have to renew your bond with the Zaharak Aetherite to enter the Bowl of Embers. The Lizardmen have undoubtedly realigned their crystals since you last felled their god, and unfortunately that means cutting your way through a goodly number of their centuries to reach it. The Grand Company of the Immortal Flames is no stranger to sacrifice when it comes to battling the Primals. The struggle costs far too many lives and often creates a host of new tempered enemies. You and your unique talents, however, can spare the families of our soldiers that grief. I will pass on news of your involvement in this mission to the Scions myself. Should our primal fears prove substantiated, then I pray your efforts every success. Ifrit ain't broke. Reach. Yeah.
You really must learn to finish the job. 'Tis true that a gaudy mirror and a handful of crystals make for a feeble summoning. But even the weakest icon is a god of sorts. A threat that must be put down.
Okay.
My, such hostility. These beings are the sworn enemies of the Empire. I merely did my duty as an Imperial officer. Will you surrender to anger then? Slay an anointed emissary to avenge a fallen foe? Ha! You cannot, of course! To do so would burn the bridges we have labored so hard to build. Oh, but I'm forgetting. They're already ash. This Dorman woman has seen to that. The Empire cannot ally itself with any nation that refuses to renounce summoning. I believe I was most clear on that point. It should have been mine. The power he bestowed upon her. I should have been the one to govern Dorma. I would have repaid his faith. No one alive loves him more than I! Instead, this harlot betrayed his trust. Useless piece of filth! Worthless whore!
Thank you, dear brother, for this precious gift. Vengeance. These people, our people, they ignore the corruption which festers beneath the surface. Cast aside that which is dirty and broken. Speak not of things which would disrupt their dreary little lives. Like you, Asahi. Always pretending not to see. You were the first. The first I swore to kill. Such bliss. I had thought my hunger insatiable. But now I am satisfied. You should feel honored, dear brother. I saved the last of my strength, just for you. What's the matter? The The Witch of Doma will soon be dead.
Deserved a kinder fate.
Her happiness was never to be. Not in this world. I wonder, was the fruit as sweet as he remembered?
Lord Xenos! Lord Xenos. I am at your disposal.
Asai, you were born of Doma, yes?
Yes, my lord. I am honored that you would remember me. How may I serve?
You are hereby appointed Ambassador Plenipotentiary, and empowered to speak with the voice of the Emperor. Return to your native land of Doma, and announce your intention to sue for peace.
For peace?
Once negotiations are underway, you are to locate the acting Viceroy.
She lives? That is to say, I will, my lord.
When you have found her, you will initiate a ritual to call forth an icon. I will instruct you in the necessary steps. Yotsuyu's faith is unreliable, but as a child raised to believe in the Kami, she will serve as a vessel for one of the Kojin's gods. She need only wish it to be so. The power will seem a gift, but the icon's essence will consume her. She will be no more than a husk, a slave to whim and desire.
My lord, ever since the day you saw fit to save my miserable life, I have dreamed of repaying your benevolence. Upon my honor, I swear to devote myself wholly to your service. All that you command will be done, no matter the cost. But I fear the subtleties of your plan yet elude me. From the reports I have heard, the champion who aids the Doman resistance would make short work of a single icon.
The icon is merely a message. The pacifist teachings of the Populares spread through this city like a plague, and I would remind the people of the threat we face. You will be my chosen agent, the hand which tolls the warning bell. The salvation of this world will not be won through the signing of treaties.
your chosen agent. I will not fail you, my lord. My master, Lord Xenos, he will come for you.
You have prevailed, I see.
She is gone. Wherefore did the Kami spare us, only to inflict this pain?
Death shall not want for company this day. You spared us a worse disaster, but I fear our fledgling peace with the Empire was beyond saving.
Lord Hien!
Maxima, is it not? I assumed you long fled.
I entertain thoughts of escape even now, but our negotiations have yet to reach a satisfying conclusion. The ambassador insisted that the summoning spelled an end to our mission here, but it seemed to me there was more to the tale. I have heard tell of this power you wield. And in your vision, you witnessed Lord Xenos giving these orders.
And how can that be? Xenos is dead. He took his own life after the battle in Alamigo. I saw his body with my own eyes.
Forgive me, but Lord Xenos is very much alive. He granted our party an audience prior to our departure. That he was gravely wounded is certain, but his recovery appeared to be proceeding apace.
I'm afraid I share Lord Hien's confusion. The man's death was confirmed and his remains interred. These are matters of public record.
I have no doubt you believe what you say. But what then is the explanation? That an impostor has infiltrated the innermost circle of the Imperial Court. The idea is inconceivable, absurd, but worthy of investigation nonetheless. Our movement can ill afford to have a highly placed pretender undermining our efforts.
Your efforts may yet bear fruit. Tell me, what is to become of our prisoner exchange? Though we have already taken custody of our conscripts, we have yet to release your Imperial comrades. Do you still intend to collect them?
Yes. As the late Ambassador's second-in-command, it falls to me to speak on the Empire's behalf. And I'm happy to confirm our intent to proceed according to the original agreement.
Then let us be about it. 'Twould be a pity to abandon such a promising beginning.
Indeed. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. As soon as our people are secure aboard our airship, we shall depart straightways for Garlemald.
Tread lightly, Pilus. I sense treachery awaits you there.
Might I accompany you to the capital?
Alphino, have you gone mad?
Imposter or no, if Xenos was instructing Asahi on the finer points of ritual summoning, then experience tells us there is an Ascian waiting in the wings. Without our knowledge and expertise, our new friends will be hard-pressed to contend with a foe for whom death is but a minor inconvenience. They need our help.
Were you indeed willing to share your knowledge of this enemy, we would not shun your counsel.
You truly mean to do this? In full knowledge of the danger?
I have seen the Warrior of Light risk his life on countless occasions. Next to him, I'm scarce more than a distraction on the battlefield. But in the meeting room or the audience chamber, there I can make a difference. I can strike bargains, forge ties, and change minds. And where better to do these things than in the home of our old enemy?
I believe in you, Alphino.
Tis not for me to stop you, but I would have you consider an alternative arrangement. Rather than braving the Empire as a simple traveler, go forth as an emissary of Doma. Such a position should offer you some measure of protection.
Go then. You've obviously made up your mind. Just try not to do anything reckless, all right?
I shall be on my best behavior. Farewell, my friends.
A little conflicted. I understand Yatsuyu not staying as Tsuyu, but I don't know why she would do what her brother said. Like, why not just stab her brother and run off into the countryside? Maybe become a common serial killer if you really hate Doma so much. You know? Guess maybe she actually believed in Xenos? I don't know. You mean having her be a random serial killer is a missed opportunity, or she missed an opportunity? I knew Asahi was planning some manner of treachery, but a summoning. Kami, you were here, my friend. None of us would have escaped Yatsuyu's vengeance had you not intervened. Yeah. You guys. I think that would have been a fun story. She just becomes like a rare mob in the countryside. Sometimes I'm just bad at drinking. That's painful. she was a pawn. She still had a choice. She chose to submit to the ambassador's plan. It was little wonder Gosetsu departed in silence. I gather he left the same way he came, alone aboard a rowing boat. As for the conscripts, most made it to the Sekabune before the battle began in earnest. But the vessel yet waits on the riverbank for those who did not flee in time. Then I suggest we put this doleful place behind us and make for the Enclave together. It would be a shame to miss the joyous reunion.
How often have I imagined this moment? Thank you for helping it come to pass.
Ah, there you are.
Bald.
Gosetsu, your hair. My friend, what have you done?
An old man who cannot raise his blade has no place in the service of a young lord. Thus did I decide to devote my remaining days to pilgrimage. I will walk this land, offering prayers of repose for all the souls who left this life in suffering.
All of them?
Safe travels, Gosetsu.
A fulsome farewell makes for an enjoyable journey.
Scarcely have we said our goodbyes to Alphino, and you leave us too. But 'tis well that my companions find their own way forward. I must endeavor to do the same.
I have faith that you will find the best path for Doma without me, my lord. Pray forgive me this last act of selfishness, and grant me your blessing.
You have earned it 1,000 times over. Go in peace, my friend. I shall make of Doma a land where children laugh and none need live in fear.
There is no better way to honor those who went before. And with that, I take my leave.
Have fun. Is there any reason to level up Doma? I'm doing it just because it's kind of funny. Not funny, but amusing to level up a city. As you may recall, several Budagan tribesmen offered to provide introductions to Zayla traders in Union. Subsequent negotiations went well, and we have at last begun to receive shipments of foodstuffs and other goods from the steppe. Mitsuba can tell you more, and I expect she would like very much to do so. What do you think, Fluffy? A long way from a pile of sticks, wouldn't you say? Here for a steamed bun, you have a selection from which you may choose. From meat-filled ones prepared in the Zayla fashion, to more traditional Doma ones packed full of vegetables, to others with a sweet bean paste filling. Hell yeah, give me some black bean... whatever. Rather have a heaping helping of rice with a bowl of soup. My man on the right can sort you out. It's got plenty of radish, just the way rich folks like it. Okay. By the kami, the smell alone is enough to feed the soul. And it's all thanks to you, my friend. Couldn't have come this far without your help. Begging your pardon, but are you Mistress Mitsuba? The one in charge of the stalls. I'm here on behalf of the village of Isari. Hi, I'm Mitsuba. You've business with me then? Let's hear it. Well, we were hoping you might consider entertaining an agreement whereby we would supply you with local goods, not just for fish, mind. Shellfish, seaweed. If it's in the Ruby Sea, you can deliver it to your doorstep as much as you're willing to pay for. It's quite the offer, and one I've little reason to refuse, but it's quite sudden and surprising. I wasn't aware of any seasonal surplus. Oh, there's no surplus. Our catch is the same as always. Rather, we've got more, helping hands? Certain collective, you might say. It's the Confederacy, mistress. They're eager to trade the bounty of the sea for that of the land. Vegetables, meat, spirits. Mostly spirits, I'd wager. So that's the way of it. Even a pirate grows tired of the usual fare. Especially when the usual fare is kelp or something wrapped in it. See no reason to refuse you and your partners. After all, they were indispensable in the liberation of our homeland. Giving them a taste of Yangsha is the very least we can do to repay them. The bounty of the sea, you said? Can't stop thinking about what we could serve. Boiled or blackened, or served raw even. We get it fresh enough. Got octopus, yes? It's been too long since I had octopus. Could have a barrel of Usaginu octopus delivered here today, if you like. Judging from that ravenous look on your face, I gather you would. It does appear to be a place where food can be purchased now. I don't think there's anything for me to purchase, but that's okay. Aberdorum. Yeah. Alright. Keep it pet. Oh, next level. After the Shizenkai, I thank you for your support. I'm pleased to inform you that we have made great strides in our efforts to rebuild the Enclave. long last, our plans with the 10,000 stalls are complete. Every tenant is open for business, and the food is the talk of the enclave. We must go and see. Mitsuba is expecting. Okay. Waiting for you two to arrive. It's past time we saw the 10,000 stalls in all its finished glory. The ground, take it all in, see what our hard work has built, and smell what we've got cooking. This man is having a day. Plans and diagrams, but this, I hardly recognize it. It's wonderful, Mitsuba. Never in my wildest dreams could I have pictured it better. This is your accomplishment too, Fluffy. On behalf of the Shazen Kai, I cannot thank you enough for your generous contributions. Stop. I'll not hear another word of praise from you until you've at least sampled some of our humble ware. A cook can't trust a customer's compliments if they haven't touched the food, can she? And quite frankly, if the sights and smells of this place aren't making your mouths water, then I've already failed. Find an open table and prepare yourselves, because you're not leaving here until you've had the very best we have to offer. It's quite possibly the most delicious meal I have ever had. Is this what a koja feels like, I wonder? Well, I had enough. If not, I can bring you another serving. Kami forfend. I could not eat another bite. Not that I am not tempted to try, I assure you, but I fear I might die in the attempt. Ha! Now that's what I like to hear. Customer forced to choose between good sense and another bite. You couldn't have paid me a finer compliment. Now that I've stuffed you full of enough food to cloud your judgment, you'll forgive me if I broach a more serious subject. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but all of our cookware, pots and pans, stoves even, are far past their prime. Most were cheap imports from other provinces. It was easier to replace everything instead of trying to make goods that weren't made to last. Not the first to bring this issue to our attention, others have had the difficulty obtaining tools to go about their work more effectively. At the moment, the Shazen Kai is considering two proposals. The first is that we concentrate our efforts on rebuilding our industry. We give to our people the means to craft that which they require, thereby addressing domestic demands first and foremost. Second is that we concentrate our efforts on producing wares for foreign consumption. We bring foreign wealth to Doma and trade for that which we lack. Both approaches have their advantages and disadvantages, to be fair, but pursuing both simultaneously isn't really feasible. Why do you fret over such nonsense, girl? This is no dilemma. Doma shall stand proud and tall and alone. We will make what we need. Well met, warrior of the West. Too long has it been since you convinced an old fool to fashion armor for young ones. In search of a stiff drink did I come to these stalls, only to overhear a tale I could not ignore, and to cross paths with a bitter foe. Bitter foe? Hardly. Not that I would expect an imbecile with an iron head to know friend from enemy, or his own reflection, for that matter. Fluffy, allow me to introduce to you Master Araragi. Like Master Tsurunuki, he is artisan without peer, who once managed the paper mills of the Enclave. I should thank you not to compare me to this dotard of a smith, child. More importantly, I should caution you against his advice. Your second proposal, that of favoring foreign trade, has far greater merit. Despite our best efforts, Doma is still a far cry from what it once was, and we have not the capacity to rebuild it ourselves. We must first look elsewhere to secure that which we lack. All talk and no guts, all the strength of a paper tiger. Is that your clever plan? Convince these people to help you sell paper for iron? You mad, blustering oaf, how dare you? We could have a district for both craftsmen and artisans. One where we create both tools for everyday use and goods to sell in foreign markets. The Yard, let's call it. And everyone would be happy, yes? At least in theory, right? The Yard. Biodoma. Don't suppose that reset might counter. Nope. Oh, good. Gosetsu. Fair journey to you, my friend. Bittersweet occasion. There is yet ample cause to be grateful. Pray, join us in the Kian camp. I would thank you properly. Brothers and sisters are returned to us, and the dream of Doma's restoration is that much closer to being realized. It is a day that will live long in memory, and one that would never have dawned without the courageous actions of the Scions. On behalf of Doma and her people, we give you our deepest thanks. Lest you think me complacent, I assure you I have not forgotten the dark cloud on the horizon. That Xenos lives is a source of grave concern, mayhap the gravest. Yet there is little to be done but wait for Alphinaud to send word. Until then, I plan to devote myself to fulfilling the promise I made to Gosetsu, by building a nation in which none need live in fear. I confess I miss him already. The thought that he has at last found peace goes some way to softening the blow. I wonder, did you ever stop to ask yourself why he showed Yotsuyu such kindness? I believe the answer lies in past tragedy, specifically the death of his wife and daughter during the invasion. Though he hid it well, they were never far from his thoughts, and in Yatsuyu's childlike mien, I believe he saw not a fallen tyrant, but the little girl who was lost to him. After the loss of his family, Gosetsu devoted himself wholly to the service of his country. He suffered any hardship, strove beyond the limits of endurance, without hesitation or complaint. Though Tsuyu could never truly replace his daughter, I had hoped that, with her at his side, he might live out the remainder of his days in relative contentment. Would that the kami had been so minded. Even now I labor to discern any meaning in Yatsuyu's fate, to deliver her from certain death, with no memory of her sins, only to leave her at the mercy of her stepbrother. Can that truly have been their will? That I cannot tell you. The will of the kami is not for us to know. But what I do know is that for a brief moment, a girl known as Tsuyu lived among us, and that she brought with her a whisper of respite for a grieving heart. It's time we were going, don't you? We've done all we can here. We have a lot to report. But before we head back to the Rising Stones, let's call in at Rauger's Reach. We should be the ones to tell Lise about Xenos. After everything we went through together, we owe her that. Wreath of Snakes. Wonder what my wins are at with my funny little ping pong game. Let us see. Seems like my YouTube channel is getting stomped. Why'd that reset so quickly? Is it because it's lagging? Does seem like I have to clean up the memory of this program somehow. $909 wins. Still showing the wrong character. No. Base equals 16. Whoops. So it equals 16. So that means this happened. Left score. All this crap. Resetting it. I want to have 10-second pause and get there much faster. Zoom. So we have YouTube on the right, Twitch on the left. And it swaps in. Which is weird because it's saying the wrong person won too. What the hell? So now skipping over the one with the pause. Interesting. This is so like Left is definitely winning. At least the one on the right. Which is that's right. It's a loser. I'm going crazy. I just want so it returns it with base. $16. This is up here. Shows the next person's wings. Alright. That's what I would do. Critically important things. Oops. It's janky, but baby steps. Fluffy, Alice, you're back. No Alphinaud. It's good to see you, Elise. It's Redfront's strong brother is off on what will almost certainly turn out to be a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Garland. It's a long story, but we have evidence that Xenos might still be alive. What? But this is a joke. Gods, this better be a joke. Look, I know what I saw, right? We all saw it. Here you are saying he's alive and well, and living the high life back in Garlemald. I know how ludicrous this sounds. I'm still having difficulty believing it myself. But while I might doubt the word of an Imperial envoy, I'm inclined to trust Fluffy's. He saw the Crown Prince through the Echo, in a meeting that could only have taken place in the recent past. Xenos is alive. No, it must have been, I don't know, some kind of really convincing imposter. Xenos is dead. A great big hole in his neck. We buried him. Someone went to the trouble of desecrating the bastard's grave, remember? Thal's gilded halls. Whatever are you talking about? Thancred, what brings you to the Reach? Alphinaud had me lending a hand at the Saltery, keeping an eye on the rebuilding work and so on, just until operations were up and running. And now that they are, I thought I might look in on you before wending my wary way back to headquarters. Forgive me if I misheard, but is there some suggestion the late Crown Prince could have gotten better? So, might I suggest a quick look inside his coffin as our first order of business? As much as I hated the man, it doesn't feel right defiling his grave. But if it will put this rumor to rest, I suppose we have to. And when there are no curious eyes about, we can manage it. That in the future. Time for Snake.
Make me submit or die by your insolence! If I must forsake myself to keep mine oath, then so be it.
away. Die, snake, die. You're every bit Tenzin's successor, warrior, for you are but the second child of man to have bested me in battle. Story time, I guess. Once I would have never thought it possible, when I was no more than a mere serpent, blessed with the good fortune to be born in an island where the people held us in the highest. To them I was as Kami, and I was foolish enough to share in their belief. But when I had lived some few centuries and first began to manifest true powers, my worshippers came to view me in a different light. When they were visited by calamity, they mistook me as the cause, and so, in place of traditional offerings, they brought me the flesh of their flesh. Though I had no hand in it, their fortunes improved. To them, the answer was clear. Only greater sacrifice would satisfy the guardian serpent. Little did they know I had spared the maiden and spirited her away to another land, in secret, as I would be others that would follow. Nevertheless, the belief lingered, and soon the guardian serpent came to be regarded as a malevolent demon, and my worshippers became my decriers. They tempted sellswords with Koban to come and slay me. The poor fools, so began my days as a hunted Kami. I dispatched them every time, though I took little joy in it. And then one day, a man unlike all the others appeared before me, a samurai in the company of beasts. Tenzin and I fought. He won. The fallen Kami had at last been bested by a fortune-seeking hunter. I could not help but chuckle as I closed my eyes and awaited the inevitable blow. Join me. Let us begin anew. Saying this, he extended his hand to me. All that I was, all that I had ever been, was no more. I had nothing, yet not only did he see fit to spare me, but offer me a new home. But even a fallen Kami has his pride, and I could not readily accept such kindness, even if I yearned for it. Seeing this, Tenzin laughed. Then earn it by growing stronger, and in turn using that strength to help others as you have been helped. Become more than you are, and more than me. Thus did I vow to devote myself to becoming an auspice worthy of man's worship and admiration, to become a magnificent dragon that would safeguard his chosen. Strange, my recollection now is not as it was before. Details once indistinct are now vivid and clear. Perhaps the Aramitama clouded my judgment. Thank you, Fluffy. Had you not helped me to remember my vow, I might have lost the chance to honor Tenzin's memory forever. Wait, where is Genbu? Has he returned to the temple without us? This bodes ill. Genbu left without us, then it can only mean that Koryu's return is imminent. Come, we must rejoin the others at Resen Temple. Your heart's ever a welcome sight, Fluffy. And you, Seri, forgive me, Genbu. I have been a great fool. As have we all many times before, and doubtless will again. Nevertheless, forgive me. The wards are at their limit. You've got to come right away. As well that Seiryu has returned to the fold. Now we four lords may bring our united powers to bear against our foe. Your part in this is finished, my friends. Now you must go. Should we fail in this final endeavor, then the temple, may the whole of the Ruby Sea may be consumed by Koryu's wrathful fires. Don't be stupid. We came to see this through to the end, and we'll do just that. That's the Scion way, right, Fluffy? If that is your will, so be it. Join us then, and stand as witness to our deeds this day, which will determine the fate of all that we hold dear. You know, we rock. Nothing in reserve. Summon all your strength. Only then can we hope to triumph over our mad brother. Worked. You feel it. The wards are mended, strengthened. we've endured, everything that has made us stronger. How can we fail? All shall burn. Turtle down. Genbu? Genbu! It'll be impossible for us three alone to bind him. We can hold him at bay for a time. Flee this place. Maybe you cannot bind him, but together we can defeat him. Well, a hero you may be, but Koryu is an opponent none can defeat. I killed you once before, Samurai. I will kill you again. You're in. Tenzin? Brother, sister, now is our chance to restore the wards. How, even in his weakened state, without Genbu, we do not stand a chance. Sorban, come away from there before you get hurt. But do not act, then our lives are forfeit anyway. Ours and everyone else in the Ruby Sea. What is he doing? This is the ritual he performed incorrectly before, when he summoned a great tortoise kami into his body. See it now, he offers himself to Genbu. You can feel his presence returning, but if Soroban does this, then his own soul will be... I would rather you not say it aloud, otherwise I might have second thoughts. Believe me, I know the consequences, and I accept them. Farewell, my friends, and please look after Tamamizu. Soroban! Worry not, Soroban. We will not let it be for nothing. Perhaps one day, many thousands of years from now. Not this day. Begone! Shall not threaten us for many millennia yet. Let us rejoice in this hard-won victory, nearly lost were it not for your courage and strength, Fluffy. But Soroban. Tragic though his sacrifice was, it was not in vain. Let us not mourn his death, but honor his memory. Says the vampires that stole him. Death? Memory? What in the world are you on about? Soroban yet lives. Let me guess, in our hearts or some such? Honestly, if you're going to try and comfort us, you could at least do better than offer some trite cliches. I am simply making a statement of fact. I see words alone will not serve to communicate my point. Huh? But I should be... Huh? I do not understand. The ritual that Kojin performed, when he summons the soul of an immensely powerful entity into one's own body, it is understood, nay, expected that the summoner's soul is extinguished in the process. That is true, when the summoned entity's soul is of surpassing strength relative to one's own. Soroban's, however, has grown remarkably robust, owing to his intense training and his prolonged exposure to the magics of the Tamatebako of geomancy. His soul now eclipses mine in spiritual potency, which is why it holds fast to this vessel, and so, when the enchantment fades ere long, mine will depart and fade as before. Just when we were getting used to having you around again. Koryu's aim was true, as you saw, and in my final moments I was filled with regrets, but no longer. My remaining time I will tend to my affairs and train dear Soroban to succeed me as the next Genbu. Wait, me? The next Genbu? Four lords are ever needed. You have both the strength of will and character to succeed our elder brother. Would you all not agree? I think he more than proved himself when he stood his ground against Koryu. Still, it should be a unanimous decision. Yako? As you say, he faced certain death without hesitation and embraced sacrifice for the sake of others. I should be glad to welcome him to our fellowship. If that is how you all feel, then I am certainly in no position to refuse. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. Give an ilm and they'll take 'em all, I swear. Oh, 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 oh. not think I have forgotten our bargain, little urchin. Great feats demand consummate rewards, and we are auspices of our word. It's about time. Did you hear that, Fluffy? It's treasure time! While we see to the preparations, perhaps you could spare a moment for my dearest comrades. If their trouble's at an end, we may be parting ways soon, so this might be the last opportunity you have to speak with them for quite some time. First I thought he was a figment of my imagination, but he was real enough. How or why, I know not, but a possibility springs to mind. When Tenzin was mortally wounded by Koryu, he used the last of his strength to seal him within the sacred crystal. The original wards were born of his flesh, his very essence, an act of desperation, I once believed, but now I wonder, was it in preparation for this very day? But even if it had been part of an elaborate plan to preserve his soul as a final defense, his strength alone would have never sufficed. Nay, he needed another warrior, possessed of tremendous potential, like himself, one blessed with a singular power to whom he could bequeath his own. He knew another would come, you see, another hero the likes of which the world so rarely sees. Thousands and thousands of years ago, he foresaw your coming. Bah, clever bastard, putting me to shame with his strength and wisdom both, and still he denies me my rematch. But at least I still have you, Fluffy. Live long, for I am not finished with you yet. We will fight again, and I will win. Without turning to an Aramitama, you may be assured. Worry not for Soroban. We will guide him in his journey and help him to reach his true potential, as Tenzin once guided us. I had long since given up on ever seeing him again, and then he was there, shining paragon of strength and virtue. A memory made manifest. But if he had been more than that, I would have told him, this body I once cursed, I've come to cherish. This I owe to him and his love. Somehow I doubt there's a need. Because he already knew. I wonder. For all his virtues, he could be remarkably oblivious at times. But though he taught me to love and accept myself, it was you who helped me to remember. Who helped me to smile again. That, Fluffy, you will always hold a special place in my heart. Please come and visit us in the future. Or you... Fuck. How dare you, bird? With Koryu imprisoned once more, my comrades and I are free to watch over these lands as before, as is our duty. And when the wards falter once more, we shall again gather our strength and beat back our mad brother's assault, together with noble Soroban, a worthy successor to the fallen Genbu. For now, however, we may enjoy a welcome respite. Peace we owe as much to you as anyone else, I should think. I see many battles ahead of you. For like Tenzin, you are not one to rest on your laurels. This much is plain. I wish you good fortune in the wars to come. But I ramble. Do not deny it. When one has lived as long as I, it is all too easy to lose track of time. Go, go. Should ever you crave the company of we curious beasts, you will find us here. Come and claim your reward, honored friends. Money. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. More than enough to make up for 1,000 of Alphino's reckless purchases. Fitting reward for saviors of the Ruby Sea. To be honest, I was half expecting another terrible joke, but you really followed through. Getting this home is going to be no easy task. If transportation is a concern, we would be happy to deliver it to a destination of your choosing. Really? Just like that? In that case, the Ruby Bazaar in Kugane? It's no trouble, that is. None whatsoever. Every member of the collective should be glad to lend a hand. That I take my leave. So, Sorban? You really stay here and not return to Tamamizu? Well, I did agree to become the next Genbu. For the duration of his training, I would have him remain here. It will be a long, hard road, believe you me, and I intend to spend my remaining years guiding him, all 500 or so. There you have it. I hope I can impose upon you to deliver Bunch in the news. Wait, 500 years? As in, you'll be here for another 5 centuries? I thought you said the enchantment would fade ere long. These things are relative, and what's with that tone of yours, anyway? Should be honored to be the beneficiary of my sage tutelage, foolish turtle. You're a turtle too, an old, tiny, crabby ghost turtle. Get out of my head. There's something a little frightening about watching them fight with themselves. Ugh. Maybe we should leave them alone for a while. Okay. Thank you for everything, Fluffy. Totaro. Safe travels. I sense you have reasons other than usual for this particular visit. Might it have something to do with Soroban? I beg your pardon. Soroban is to become the next Genbu. Will not feign understanding. However, this extraordinary state of affairs came about is utterly beyond my ken. As unbelievable as I find it, though I have no doubt that you speak true. Soroban's had an incredible string of bad luck, succumbing to the Aramitama, becoming a giant tortoise, and now this. On the other hand, he could have refused and instead agreed to take on this responsibility, so we may as well support him, don't you think? Indeed, though it pains me to imagine Tamamizu without our Soroban, it fills me with pride to know that a Kojin of the Blue has been granted this great honor. We shall pray for him, that he may rise to the occasion and serve as a benevolent guardian to all who call the Ruby Sea home. Thank you for helping him to find his true calling, my friends. Oh no, the pleasure was all ours. And the profit? I'm not sure I take your meaning, but I appreciate the sentiment. But if I might ask a final favor, would you be so kind as to look in on him from time to time, just to see that he's getting on all right? Of course. It's not every day you make friends with a secret collective of talking animals, after all. Even if Soroban hadn't decided to remain at Raisen Temple, I wouldn't have wanted to stay away. You can be sure I'll head there from time to time. You're welcome to join me when I do, of course. picture. Well, I have to drive up into the mountains tomorrow morning, so I suppose I should go. Become a mountain man. All right. Good night.